Hello guys. And what is up with a fast queue? When I know it's gonna not be fast after this first one, every time. I'm getting into these somewhat low elo games with people I've never seen. On practically an instant queue. It's happened same thing last stream. And it's just gonna be imbalanced as heck.
Select your god.
Why the fuck is there an onion here? How did I never realize? I do believe this game had a small update since last I played, actually. Nothing major though. Mostly bug fixes, I believe. But I don't really think I encountered any bugs in my playthrough. This. If I did, I didn't realize. Interesting. So I'm against what? Acne or Neath, it seems. Considering Neath is last pick, I would guess that. But I'm okay with both, I suppose. Should be easy enough as a Apollo. With aspect at least. Did the double worshippers already go away? They probably did, didn't it? Fuck. I didn't play much during the weekend. Hello, Hunton. So I barely got any use out of that. That kind of sucks. Well, I got a decent bit. Played some Apollo. Just not as much as I maybe would have liked. Your neighbor's moving out and makes it fucked ton of noise. Yeah, I've been there. In general, these walls where I live are just not great. Like, it's very easy to hear the stuff through them. And I have a neighbor that tends to like partying during the weekend, which is quite annoying, I can tell you. But like, I can't obviously just tell them to stop, because that's, you know, I think you should be allowed to do like partying shit, especially during the weekend. It only sucks when it's at like 3 a.m. and I'm trying to sleep. It's not completely like, it's still dealable. I can deal with it.
Mistakes will not be tolerated. Enemy missing middle.
Never mind, he spotted me.
Minions have spawned.
Had to call the police 2 times on him because it really loud noise at 2 a.m. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, if it gets really bad as well, like I was.
You do know you
like,
went the aspect.
No.
Like it's, I got distracted. But
Let me attack.
these guys are very talkative. It's actually kind of throwing my thought process out the window. Right, I was just close to calling like maybe once or twice, but generally it's not that bad. Like I can just hear them talk here and there, and maybe that's like, you know, if the bass is really on, then I hear that a little bit. But in general, it's really not that bad.
Yeah. Get out, get out, get out, get out.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's been a long time since I've seen Thana. Oh, interesting. This works out for me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Unfortunate beats.
Enemy missing.
But still.
Enemy missing middle.
Just wait, sit on the tower.
Yeah.
Lucky he took a tower shot.
I still got all the parts.
Alright. They're gone.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the Apollo aspect a lot. Like it's pretty much like as good as I could have expected it to be. I guess it's as good as I could have expected how good it actually is. Because it is very good, but it is definitely more broken in support, I think. Than it is in solo. Like solo has a lot of pressure early, I think, but I think it gets weaker as you go. It's kind of like Mordred, I guess, in that sense. Maybe that's why I like it as much. Because it has a pretty good amount of pressure early. As you naturally will have if you have multiple abilities to throw out.
Forget it.
They're getting more buff. Sobek rotating to mid, watch out.
Yes.
She probably got to solo her buff. I'm not too sure where the jungler was. I didn't want to invade and risk.
That's nuts.
She is.
I'm leaving. Fuck that.
Yeah, good. I should. Yeah, I'm fine.
I don't know if left is gankable at all. I don't really want to just rotate there.
Yeah, as fuck.
One man.
I'll try. Yeah.
That's
That's why I didn't pick it up. It's okay.
You
got jump?
It's a bit too close for comfort.
Oh my god. Alright, nice.
But I have
That's
to.
just unfortunate.
Duo is getting hammered quite a bit, and the Agni is getting fed.
Yes.
And he's probably the one god on that team that I don't think I'm gonna be able to deal with late game.
Enemy missing.
In a 1v1
This
maybe,
will be
but
fun.
it's maybe a bit optimistic.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Nah. He does so much damage, bro.
I'm going middle.
Yeah, cool.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nuts.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's cool.
Forget it. Your left tower is under attack. Your team destroyed a right enemy tower.
Get out of my way. Excellent work.
Yeah, and now I can start actually just rotating a bit more and help out. Now that my tower is no longer a thing over here.
What the fuck? How did
That
that not go
sucks.
off? That fireball like fucking vanished into Sobek. No damage.
I can't really do anything
Whatever.
there. Okay, if they'll go all in mid, I can go all in here.
Tower is under attack.
Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Direct hit.
Enemy missing left.
The enemy team has destroyed
Well,
the gold.
that's real
Fury.
fucking bad.
Retreat.
I don't want to back yet, I need so little gold for this. The best soul to ever exist stream. Nah, probably not. For the history of Smite and just for
Going
everyone
for
else,
both.
I hope that is not the case. I'm gonna save my TP here. If I rotate to left, I might need my TP to get back. Let me make it! Stay alive, Blue!
Behind
Great.
us.
Catch up! Unfortunate.
Okay.
Old Neath down.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, he's stupid, bro. Nice try.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah, I can't TP back. Shit.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Donna, you can take it.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle
Could have TP'd
tower
mid as
is
well,
under
but
attack.
Greetings.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
can't TP yet.
They might be going gold.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's do some good damage on left.
Agni 1 HP.
Your left tower is under attack.
I like to keep them guessing. Feel the sting of my desire.
Shut the hell up. Praised be.
That's crazy. The Zeus fucking quiet is censored if you type it in chat. Make it make sense.
Fear not, for I will save you.
We definitely should have gone for gold here, I think, but
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I need bits are done, by the way.
It is down. Enemies incoming. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
get him.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm out. I don't know where Agni is either. Fuck.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, this sucks. Go blue stone.
Careful, they might come in.
That really sucks.
Oh, he's lost. I am sorry. Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Be silent. You're impressive for someone so weak.
I imagine they're probably gold. Yeah, they are.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Could maybe have ulted over, but I just don't want to die for no reason here. Like Fana is now.
Ultimate down.
least we got something.
Rain shall wash them away.
They did more damage to me than I thought they would.
Triple kill. Ooh,
And he's got a triple. That's crazy.
terrific.
I like to keep them guessing.
I don't know if this is an arrows bow situation for me in this game. Because I'm not sure I
You.
trust anyone in this one to heal. So it might just be wasted an item.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I actually don't know what to build. I'm gonna wait. I mean, I guess I'll just go with my usual build.
Goodbye.
Slain.
Go for Shoguns. Hello, Kami.
Dash also down.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
Might be up again.
Your left tower is under attack. Fuel for the fire.
Nice. Okay.
Thunderstruck.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Close, close.
Move like a jaguar.
Like, they're really pushing it. I feel like if we had someone else dealing actual damage in this game, they just all die there. I couldn't have baited much more than I did.
Double kill.
Fare thee well.
Very well done.
Did the setup at least. That's all we can really do.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing left.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
On my way. Enemy missing left. behind us. Enemy ultimate down.
We need wards!
Enemies at the fire. Enemy spotted.
Don't like the Apollo Solar shit.
The enemy
I have not
team
tried this for
has
Phoenix Shield.
destroyed
No, that's
the
not true. I tried it once with Phoenix
Your
Shield,
left
but it
tower
didn't feel that
has
good to
been
me.
destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
I mean, I can do it this game. Let's try it. See if I get a better feel this time. And I forgot words.
Your team has
Great.
destroyed a left enemy tower.
I went for dagger and I didn't get it. Oh, that sucks. I don't think we're winning this game anyway. Like, I feel like I'm playing solo. Like, Thana cleans up for me sometimes, but that's literally it. I feel like I'm the only one doing anything.
Oh, very strong.
So, it is what it is. Like, I just got stacked on. I'll recognize a few people in the enemy team. I don't know a single one on my team.
Allies who slay.
We might be getting Phoenix, though. No, we're not.
It's me!
Go for the 1v1, man. Oh, what the fuck, man.
Okay.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I do understand, like, it, because it is broken, yeah. I do think it is broken.
Your
I think it's only
middle
broken in
Phoenix
lane,
is
though,
under
but I
attack.
mean, same reason people would hate dealing with
Your
Mordred.
middle Phoenix
It's
has
also
been
pretty
destroyed.
broken in lane. Just not that great going into
Your left Phoenix
mid-game
is
and team
under
fighting, I
attack.
would say, just comparatively. Like, I still think something like a bracket in a team fight would generally just be better.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Because I don't think tanks are that bad anymore.
Your
We live in a
right
world
tower is under attack.
where Neath is just 20 now, and I'm fucking 18. And he has 9 kills.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Why are we fighting in left?
Your right tower is under attack.
Doesn't matter. I suppose it is irrelevant. I just want 20 so I get Bluestone upgrade. Yeah, I'm down to surrender this. We ain't winning. Somebody else has hope.
Your Titan is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
Let's get out. It feels like the space that the front line is creating just isn't being used. It's probably the best way I can put this game.
Defeat.
Oh, certain aspect. Oh. Oh no, I didn't even realize. Okay. And after the fact, everything makes sense. Because he could have played it really well. Supposedly, I would say he probably did. But the fact that he had aspect means he's just a fucking melee like Cernos into fucking acne, man. Cernos is rough enough. And then you took away the ability to even fight. That is tragic. Oh well. I had fun with that game at least. Granted, it wasn't very fun once I started rotating, and no one else was winning at all. And even with me there, we could barely win. Or we couldn't win, I should say. We won like one team fight, and we didn't do anything with it. Not even gold. Interesting. What are we gonna pick then? Because maybe I do something else than Apollo. Just at least for one game. Spent Bari.
Select your god.
See if Jungle or someone else wants Kali. If not, I'll pick it myself. But I had something else in mind I wanted to play. The Q's always dead this early. I'll grab it myself then, whatever. At least I feel that way. Like when I stream and I always start like at 1, the Q's don't really feel like they get online until it's like midday. I wouldn't say midday is at 1. People are fucking working school, you know? Once people get home and it's like maybe 4 or 5 or 6, I feel like that's when the Q's are actually happening. Early Q's are always kind of shit. We don't have enough passionate people to play anymore for the Q's early to be good. So, I mean, in a way, I still agree with you. It's just... I don't think they were always bad. Like, is there even night and morning queues? Like, is that actually a thing? Because I'm like, those were absolute shit in Smite 1 as well. Like, Smite just does not have the player base for like a good. Well, it's like a late night queue, so essentially like an early morning queue. I mean, like sometimes you can have a good night queue in the weekends, but usually the morning queue always felt like absolute shit. Yeah, this is also true. Like with comp being gone at the moment, there's not really any reason outside of just climbing the ranks and looking at the leaderboard. That's also fair. It's easy for me to forget that now that I don't really play for that reason. I just chill and have fun with the game. But yeah, I mean, comp being gone is definitely a lot of a big motivation killer for a lot of people. And it was, I guess, mine originally. Among other things. The first time I quit was just because I was bored. The second time I quit was because comp left EU. So, I get it. Simple man, a good day is a good day. I hope you're having a nice day, Lurik. I definitely am. I woke up somewhat early today, which is nice, because my sleep schedule's been kind of ass for quite a while. So I do feel a bit tired, because my body is not used to that, but I'm feeling good about it. We'll see if the queue changes my mind. Maybe today's shit, I just don't know it yet. I'll still do the one-shot Kali stuff. Probably gonna have to go for a Helm of Radiance into this comp.
I suppose it won't hurt.
I think we all need some more gods.
I hope you have a riveting time.
Is that a jump upgrade? Yeah, it is. It's like a different power up. You can have a few different like right-click abilities essentially. In haste, and yeah, that is a different power. Yeah, what Archie Baker says as well. Like I'm also kind of tired of always playing against the same people. Like I was complaining about this on my last stream, because in that whole session of games, it was just the same teammates and the same enemies. And I think that's so boring, man. People playing the same gods and people just being the same people. Like playing against two different people but playing the same god, that still feels different because they have different playstyles. But in the last stream, that was so boring to play against. And with, I should say. And it's nothing against the people I'm with and against. It's just I like the variety. I want different, different people, because it just leads to different like scenarios and playstyles and just overall a different game. Like online games needs that variety, because otherwise they're just gonna feel the same. Like single player games, they eventually there's nothing left to do. There's no more variety. But that's where online games are supposed to be different, It's supposed to be a different experience every time you play against someone. I don't want the same experience every game. Same thing with like winning and losing. Like I don't go into every game expecting to win or wanting to win necessarily. I just want a fun game.
So cool.
Spare day volunteering at a local food program. They came up and I let it slip.
Minions have spawned.
I would know what day it was. That's nice of you though. Like a local food program, assuming it's like a, purely just out of the goodness of your heart. I can appreciate that. It's the Morgan jungle. Okay. Did I not get the XP for that? Okay, I did. It's fine. Kinda happy it's Thor and not Hercules. I feel like Hercules is more annoying to deal with for me. Bit rough around the edges there. I need level 3.
Enemy be careful left.
They just rained on your parade.
Gank.
Aspect Apollo ADC. It's the first I've seen this.
Your right tower is under attack.
Alright, here we go.
An enemy has been slain.
That will not be an issue.
You made that up.
Your action
Give me my... No! Okay. It's fine.
Be right back. Gained right lane.
Don't you yoink my warhorn. Gonna have to read a little bit here before he TPs.
On my way.
I also accidentally went with the wrong first item there. Kinda one Transcendence first. I assume you still go double stacking on Kali. I don't think her build has changed.
I'll attack right lane.
I see the hammer.
Out of mana. The help is performing.
Be careful, enemy missing.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
You should be fine soloing blue. Herc is in left.
Completed. I'll attack.
Out of mana. Oh, he's wrong team, I am sorry. Really not exactly what I was hoping for. Yes. Out of mana.
I missed that completely.
You're actually quite
Your left tower is under attack.
No problem, I guess.
enemy missing middle.
Enemies in right lane. Ooh, too bad.
That will not be an issue.
No. Close. If I land the jump, I think he dies.
Behind us.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Creeps, no. Bad creeps. Damn. Oh, dude, I'm sticking around. Okay, I'm not sticking around. I'm out. Okay, hammered. I should be safe for now.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just heal a little bit. Go, Bacchus. Get him. We might get him if he hammered. Oh, he didn't. Unfortunate.
Enemies in the right. Be careful, right.
Be careful, right.
Have fun.
Ward here.
It's just yoinking the wave. I was trying to get that, but
I'll gank. Be careful left.
Completed.
Enemies in left lane.
It's No problem. Please. I guess.
I'm getting my lead at least.
Take this jungle buff. No problem.
Fuck the hammer, but I have nothing anyway.
Enemies incoming middle.
One day I will remember to put Thor as my target.
Be careful.
One of these days.
I'm on it.
So I can actually just survive and get a heal out of that. I can stick around if I just got that heal. Let's do it right now. Alright, how do I do this? There we go.
Damn it.
That will not
I
be
mean,
an issue.
Oh, darn.
Weird. Shield of the Phoenix Thor.
Be right back.
Explains why he's not really that tanky, and also does no damage. I'd like Shield of the Phoenix on Thor. Maybe a bit later, but early on it feels really just... You're just not getting that much value out of it.
Attack the flame. I mean, oh, darn.
I'm getting some of this spicy.
It's just really a good fight. I'm not gonna fight two tanks. Not yet.
Attack right lane. Be careful.
Enemy missing middle.
Wash them away!
Completed.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I do wonder with the inbuild though if it's worth just go Doom Orb instead of Transcendence now.
Tower is under attack.
I feel like the Doom Orb build is just kind of shown to be a bit better. Like even on Golkin, I don't really go double stack. And I always went double stacking. I love that shit. But Doom Orb just feels so much better.
Enemy has been
Especially
slain.
if you're running poly builds. Because you just add to that scaling. I'm going back actually. Should finish my snacking.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that. On my way.
I'm on it. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
I wanted it so bad. He's really scared to fight now, so I want to take advantage of it.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away. Nice job.
I was gonna TP, but
Attack the gold fury.
I don't think I need to do that anymore.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
No problem. Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you go for the
Enjoy the
Warhorn?
Your team has
Don't.
destroyed a left
Really
enemy.
not exactly what I was hoping for.
Enemy missing right.
Where did he go? And why?
Cancel that.
There he is.
Enemies incoming in middle.
On my way.
Cancel that.
Cancel
Hello,
that.
Jenna.
Enemies incoming.
Really not exactly what I was hoping for. An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Leaving lane.
Completed.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Just gotta keep up my stacks.
Enemies incoming left.
So when the stun lands, he should die.
Come again.
Retreat.
It's fine. I'll win the war. He can win the battles if he wants. Though so far I'm kind of winning both.
Ally has been slain. Okay. Ally has been slain. The gold fury.
Yes. On my way.
Attack. Ultimate
Your
is ready.
middle
It's
tower
ready.
is under attack.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
I guess he peeked around the corner and didn't come for me.
On my way.
Is the goal gonna finish him off? No.
Enemy ultimate down. The rain shall wash them away. On my way. Very strong. Enemies incoming.
I mean, oh, damn.
Really
darn.
not exactly what I was hoping for.
Attack the gold fury. Yes.
Celestial respiration.
Your team has destroyed the gold tower.
Enemy has been slain.
Darn.
Okay. Oh, easy wrong.
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn. Pretty close again in Nibble Ring as well.
That's too bad. Great performance, all.
Don't really think there's gonna be any fighting there. I'll just keep farming.
Your right tower is under attack.
See if I can
Okay.
find someone on the way to blue.
Help right lane.
Nobody can compare to my splendor.
I could have jumped out, but it was way more fun to jump in.
I'm on it.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Just two Kali jumping over. I'll take this one. Because I'm a good person.
Destroyed a middle enemy. Your left tower is under attack.
Be right. Enemy ultimate incoming.
He didn't land on me. Thor, he's blind. I'm lucky. There's absolutely no way I think I get out of that.
Save yourself.
Ally has been slain.
Defend the fire giant.
Really not exactly what I was hoping for.
They're definitely just going straight to fire here. This is bad.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Really not exactly what I was hoping for.
I'll gank.
Get it! No! Get the kills though! Yes!
Been slain.
Enemies behind us.
I could have TP'd, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
They're dead anyway.
Yippee!
Gank.
Go Fury! Oh, yippee!
Attack middle lane. Ooh, too bad.
We could have just gotten the Phoenix here, I think, instead. No, we had to chase the Thor. Smart.
On my way.
Thor's still going. Damn.
Enemy attack left lane.
His ult's gonna be up soon, probably.
Enemy spotted. Follow me. Only the beginning.
Quite impressive. Spotted pines renewal.
Ultimate is ready. Thanks.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack left lane.
Let's grab this wave. I would like 20 before this fight, but I don't think I'm gonna get that luxury.
Illuminated brilliance.
Enemy
The wall.
slain.
Trump would love you.
Embraced by divine renewal.
Ah, you made that up. Attack like
Tragic. Let's go in for that kill.
Enemy has been slain.
Impressive.
Your team has destroyed a middle
Oh, he's
enemy
dead.
phoenix.
But at least we got a Phoenix.
Thank you. Come again.
Shut down, Jace.
Weird fight. Kind of hard to figure out who we should be going for.
Be careful, middle.
She actually got it.
Enemy ultimate down.
Probably best that I just back anyway. Finishing a lot of items here. Huge. Now I can maybe one shot even more.
Take this jungle buff.
I'm on it.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Ultimate's ready.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away. Order has retreated. Fabuloso!
Ah, you made
Get in
that
the
up.
shaka! Get in!
Great performance all.
Thank you.
Kind of just the same as the last game where it just felt like one team is just
Nobody can compare to my splendor.
Woohoo.
Victory.
heavily outskilling the other one. Hopefully there can be a bit more close games. Kali is still fun though. But I do think it is a bit harder to pull off if you're into a natural tank. Or I mean, I suppose I should say someone who knows how to deal with it. I don't think I should have won early game. As much as I did, anyway. Like, Kali is good, but her early game is a little weak. In solo, anyway. She's probably fine in jungle early on. But she doesn't really one-shot yet. And Thor does so much damage early. And he's tanky as fuck with the aspect. Speaking of Thor, maybe I'll play some Thor. I do want to try a tank and just go full tank at some point today, but I think I want to try and maybe do that if I'm in a game where I know my teammates. And know that they can at least, you know, potentially carry. Because otherwise I feel like I'm just gonna end up, you know, not being able to play the game anyway. Like, if I wasn't playing Kali in this game, I'm not really sure how well it would have went. In this game, we did have one other person that I knew, though, that I know could carry on basic on the Apollo. Which he did, too. Late game, I would say he did it a little more than me. But if I was playing a tank in this one, too, I probably wouldn't have one lane as much. I would have just... We would just hit each other and not take any damage. I just haven't really tried a lot of tank builds. Because I still don't think tanks are that good. But I don't think they're shit. And, like, let's be real, like, anything really works in ranked. And if you win lane still, like, if you're still like a... If you're a mage, or an ADC for that matter, and you're meeting a tank who is same level as you, you should still be really tanky, right? Like, you shouldn't just get one shot. So I just gotta pick a fun tank, and do my best on that. But playing tank into mages and ADCs late game, like level 20, 5 item plus, that shit ain't fun anymore. You get CC'd once and you're dead. But I'm also not gonna sit and say tanks are bad just because Nemean exists. Like, Nemean is the sole thing that keeps tanks in the game right now, I think. And Nemean is stupid. It's so powerful. I do feel like every lane that right now, though, has their stupid item. So I wouldn't say it's just because of Nemean. Because if you look at ADCs, they have this lenient bow bullshit. Frontlines, or I guess everyone technically. I feel like this is mostly like a problem though on frontlines and mages. ADCs don't really use it, but the boar, like Hexstone, is so annoying, and that shit's gotta go. It's so annoying for that mages can build this and still do a fuck ton of damage. On top of it, just giving them an insanely good escapability. Like, we're giving them a CC immune dash. That's what we're doing.
Pick me Apollo, please.
What do you even ban anymore? Like, I need to fucking choose now. I hate being second pick. Everything's OP. I mean, the bans are actually pretty straightforward. I'll ban Bari as well, leaving a little bit of stuff open. I was probably gonna pick the Apollo, but I think my support said he wanted it, so I'll pick it for him. I would definitely rather pick it for him than deal with it.
Select your god.
Pick me Apollo, please.
There is one pick that leaves me a little worried.
Nice. If
But
you pick
should be alright.
Apollo for me, you have to say which god you want, not in chat. I can't read the chat. PlayStation.
PlayStation can't read the chat. Uh-oh. What if I picked the Apollo for myself, though? He wouldn't know. I don't even think I can talk in here. Can you hear me? Nope. My button doesn't work in this. I actually picked it for him, but I can't even tell him.
Okay, that's too bad.
My microphone doesn't work in the lobby. I don't know if there's a difference in the settings, but my push to talk doesn't fucking work in here. Now I feel bad. So anyone's gonna play Elden Ring in 2 days? Or are you disinterested because it's different than the original, or the base game, I should say? I'm excited. I just love the gameplay. And I am someone who is still not tired of roguelikes, so I am completely fine with that. I just hope it doesn't get stale fast. But I think it's gonna be some fun. Just depends on how long it's gonna be fun for. Speaking of exactly that, so there's probably a high chance I'm not gonna be streaming that day because I'd rather be playing that. I'm not gonna stream that. Actually, this might be an Aegis game for me. I know they have Ares, but Anubis, Achilles, Execute. I think I'm actually way more scared of that. Especially with a health build.
That'll come in handy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. My mic didn't work in the lobby, so I couldn't tell you.
No worries, no worries.
Dude, the fact that there's no chat on PlayStation is so bad, though. Why is that a thing? I think someone else have told me this before, but that's so awkward.
Minions have spawned.
Yes.
Got an OG. Grandmaster Uguay makes sense. Practically a fossil like me in the gaming world. Nice. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why we call it the present. Yes, I'm aware of the quote. But still. I'm gonna decide to complain about being old at the age of 29. My knees hurt, my back hurts, I'm dying tomorrow. Noted. In Minecraft, sorry. A bit tragic I'm losing Warhorn, but whatever. Survive. Alright, safe. I'm hitting the autos. That's good.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Can I gank duo? I really want to, but yeah. Let's just back.
Cancel that. Retreat.
Actual kill dropped. That sucks. Missed one. Guys blink though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Our game's they've been alright.
Cancel that.
Like, not terrible, but definitely could be a lot better. Like, the matchmaking is very one-sided in both games so far that I've played, but this one is maybe looking a bit more even. I'm not sure. Like, my team is so far is struggling a little bit. But we'll see.
Enemy missing left.
Okay. Enemy spotted.
I was so like a jaguar. Immortal.
Be careful.
Maybe they nerfed the Apollo aspect so you can only use one. Or like, you know, two of them, I guess. Like, put just one extra charge? Maybe two is just too much.
On my way.
Police incoming. Get him.
Your right tower is under attack. Wash them away.
Completed.
A bit awkward. I wasn't sure what target we were going with, so I just went for the closest one and ended up being Ares, and then it wasn't the Ares we were going with, so...
Enemies in the left jungle!
But at least we got something.
Your left tower is under attack. Yeah! Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. It is over.
Missing a bit too many autos there. Basic be juking me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Destroy the left enemy tower.
Warning game where I was fairly balanced. The support just started throwing. I know what happened. Yeah, sometimes people just tilt. You know, that shit does happen as well. Could have been a team dispute. That happens. At the moment, who do I think is the weakest squad in either a laning perspective or team fight? It's hard to say overall, but like I think Mulan is terrible. Probably Mulan if I had to choose someone, because tanks aren't great at the moment, comparatively speaking. And Mulan is already weak in terms of tanks. So, probably her. I think Rama is kind of bad as well. But crit is good, so sometimes you can make Rama work. But he is just by far the easiest, like, ADC to go on for me as a frontline as well. It's both, but this is Rama as a whole. His kit just feels really weak. Especially in Smite 2. I think both solo and duo suffers from being too easy to gank. Just the lanings themselves. Didn't mean to just yoink both, but I did.
Your right tower is under attack.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain. Nice job. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
I didn't even see how far the beam went. That's so unfortunate. If only Neath just rotated. I'm not sure what Neath was doing this whole time. And I just needed the items. Damn, that's a huge pickup for it was there. Damn. huge. Let's get this. Yeah, it's a jungle, sir. Melee Cern jungle has been showing up here and there. Some people did really well. Some people don't. But jungle is probably where he fits best. You can do a lot of damage with it. Very quickly. Actually works pretty well as an assassin. Surprisingly.
Defend the fire giant.
On my way.
Ready. No problem.
Enemy missing left.
I'll let him get his blue. I don't think I want to use my ult for that.
Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Woo! On my way.
Enemy missing right.
Goop is shut down. Big.
Attack the fire giant.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy ultimate.
He tried to chain it over the wall. That's so funny.
Your right tower is under attack.
Damn. Don't think I would have killed anyway because he shelled, but
Your right tower has been destroyed.
did miss my one. Let's do arrows pro this game. Why is Thunder doing my ways?
Your right tower is under attack.
Prefer Ace over Shell? It depends on what I'm against often. I think Shell is generally just better. Often, like right now, I am tired of Shell. I'm just really tired of literally being everywhere. It's boring as hell. I'm tired of seeing it, so sometimes I don't go for it just out of spite. Other times it's not as good. It's something like Aegis. Like,
Behind us.
Be careful. Enemies in left lane.
My soldier. Ally has been slain. Attack the fire giant.
Be careful.
don't like what I'm seeing over in duo. Neath is getting a little too soloed over there. He might TP though. See if I can catch him. He has fucking speed buff. I ain't catching him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Follow me.
Why does he speed buff? Fuck.
They hit like a baby.
My ult's not bad anyway. I'll wait for my ult.
Defend The Pyromancer has arrived. On my way.
Can't really defend it. Just show some presence. See if they leech it. Oh, there it is.
On my way.
Just need the boys to get here. The fact that I got it is just lucky. Probably shouldn't have went for it. I was kind of hoping we could get there faster, but Thana just went left for some reason. Surely we missed. Tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There. Almost huge.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's also true. Now that erosion is out, Shell does essentially get a little bit of a nerf. That is also very true. And I could even run it at Apollo because it does give health. So it's actually an item I want to build. Oh, what is he saying now?
Enemies in the left jungle!
Enemy missing.
Don't die again, Neith, please. He's dead again. Just needs to sit on the tower. It's not hard. Just farm. No, my miss broke it. We're still losing in mid, even though that's 2 and me. Wild.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good game!
Your left tower is under attack.
I couldn't have won my lane any harder than I did. I got 4 solo kills.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyroman. Your middle tower is under attack. It is over. I was supposed to be immortal. Where do you think you'll go bow to your ruler? Meet my flame! To me, we'll fly the shackles. Ultimate is ready.
Pretty low on HP here. I can heal everyone else, just not myself. Like, Ymir's gonna be full HP for this. My boy's not losing anything.
Destroyed the fire tower.
Great. We're making some progress. Yeah, fuck it. I want 20! There we go.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Yeah, I like
Perfect. Did not calculate the gold, but it worked out.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Attack with Gold Fury!
Yes.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Ultimate is ready.
We're zoning! God damn it! Just fucking 2 gold. That's crazy. Why are we...
Has destroyed the gold fury.
Attack.
What are we even doing? I was so slow.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, old me. Yes, old me. I am not dying to that. Well, kind of wasted dagger, but I was ready.
Enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the middle enemy phoenix.
You can tank it forever, Ymir. I'm healing you.
Good game!
Shit.
Alright. Yeah, sorry I didn't read chat much there, guys. I was just focusing on ending that. It's actually feeling really nice with the prophetic plus draconic. I think Chag is generally like one of the better tanks because he's 3 makes him, you know, it just gives him an insanely good heal. But I think Chag's main problem is his damage output. If you build him full tank, it just feels like you don't do anything outside of just being tanky. And right now you need to be more than just tanky, you know. Oh, Neath, damn. Damn. If we didn't end there, we might have lost. No disrespect to Neath, but that's some very low player damage there. How does Earthbow work? Is an ally range? I actually don't know about the range, because I'm new to this item as well. I only started using this because of the Apollo aspect. This is the first time I ever used this item. Like last stream, I think, was the first time. But you essentially put it on someone while they're close, I assume, and you just heal them a percentage of your max HP. And obviously with the Apollo aspect, where you're building HP, that makes a lot of sense for you to do, so... I do believe it's more like an Afro Link to have any sort of comparison, yeah. Because it doesn't stay on them forever. Like, I don't heal Ymir when I'm in solo and he's in duo. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. I think comparatively to other tanks, Chaka is one of the lower damage ones if you build full. Like, he just has... Like, his base damage is fine in lane, but once you hit late game stages, and like as Chaka, you're absolutely never killing a tank. And one of the main issues with tanks late game now is that once like intelligence and strength scaling gets to the point where you have like 5+ items, you die so fast as a tank. So if you don't have any damage, and you know, like, you just die too fast, and you don't do enough damage to defend yourself. This is the general problem with the metas in Smite at the moment. It has been for a little while. It's been going in and out of tank metas, but they can't really seem to find like a soft spot, a good spot for them. I think it is in its best spot in terms of, you know, you can play a tank now, but you will absolutely still run into the problem late game where you just die too fast. Like, look at Achilles in this game. I know he was behind, but he still died quite fast, even to me who was an actual tank. Well, this is a good queue. And suddenly I know everyone. Assuming Dutch is... My dude got Dutch Whisper. I was going to DM you asking if you felt like streaming today. Someone forgot I was watching already. Yeah, I started early today. I don't know how long I'll go for, but I wanted to play some today. I also kind of thought it would still have the double worshipper thing going, which it doesn't, so I'm not obligated to play Apollo now. I'll just play it if I feel like it. Like, I don't need Radiant eventually, but I also don't want to burn out on it. I've been playing it a lot. I've been playing so much Apollo the past week since it came out. Well, what, it's been like three days since the aspect came out, I should say. So what, since Friday? I've been playing a shit ton of Apollo. I don't want to burn out on it. On Chak, as tank, I definitely would still go for some. I'll do an Afro game. And I definitely don't want to deal with it, so... Fuck it. Yeah, as I was saying, I think on Chak generally, he's always been... Well, especially in Smite 2, he doesn't feel good going full tank. You generally want to have some kind of damage at him somewhere. There's also just the fact that you really want cooldown on Chak, which is another thing. And there are not that many good cooldown tank items at the moment. Like, you're gonna have to go to the Pridwin or something. Which Pridwin is fine if you're building full tank, I suppose, but... Freya's Chak feels really nice. I just think Freya's is a bad item. I don't like it. I think the only good of the new items, I think... well, okay, I don't know if the Draconic one, that one just came out, so I haven't really tested it. But I think Dwarven Plate is really good. But I'm also definitely not the best at asking about like tank-related stuff at the moment, because I don't really play tanks at the moment. I'm very much not into how it feels. Like, you can win lane super hard. Granted, this can happen on anything. You can win lane and still lose the game, but in this Apollo game before, where I kill my opponent a lot, if I was playing a tank in that game, I will just progressively get worse. As Apollo, I still have an impact. Granted, yes, he is definitely a bit overpowered at the moment. But yeah. I definitely need to be careful in this matchup, because I'm into Apollo now. I definitely need a Helm of Radiance, and I'm gonna need to sit the fuck back, because I'm gonna be squish. I'm gonna get poked to absolute shit. This is a sit and tower lane. I haven't dealt with Apollo that much myself in solo. He's always been in the other lanes in my games. Let's see how annoying it is. I know how annoying it is. I think if I played like if competitive was a thing, I think it would be a different situation. I don't think tanks would be that bad in competitive, because I still think tanks for laning phase is generally better. Unless you're counting stuff like Apollo. Like, obviously some backlines will be better, like Ra will generally outpush you as a frontline even. But, you know, you want something that is both good early and late in comp. Unless it's really good late, and sometimes you make that sacrifice for early. For the most part, you just want to make sure that you have a god that is kind of useful at all stages in the game. Not to mention, for late game, I think there is just that big... Like, someone needs to be tanking the objectives, and you kind of want more than one person to do that. You want one zoning, which obviously kind of needs to be someone tanky, or someone who... Like, either someone tanky or someone who has really good zone ability in some way. Like, not that you would go Kukulkan solo like a crazy person like me sometimes, but something like a Kukulkan, you know, throw nados, zone a bit, all that stuff. So anyway, what I'm really just trying to say is I don't think tanks are bad, I just don't think they're as good as other things at the moment. Like, hybrid is fine. But when I'm saying tank, I purely mean someone like who's pure tank. Like, only tank items. Like, if you go a half damage shock and you just poke them to shit, or you stay alive with the healing or whatever you do with it, I think that's still fine.
Enemy missing middle.
On my way. Follow me.
No. Junglers are gonna be around at this point. I do need to be careful. Afro without ult is very gankable.
Come, my doves, leave me alone.
Ultimate is ready.
My stance on tanks right now, though, is just that I don't think they're as bad as people are making them out to be. But have I always been a tank player? Not really. Like, I'm definitely been more of a hybrid. Always kind of a hybrid player. So this fits me just fine. I can kind of play whatever I want.
On my way.
Completed.
You
Enemy
rock.
ultimate incoming!
My doves.
Help rightly! Help rightly! Hasta la vista, amigo!
Come, my doves.
Is this just a Doom Orb game, maybe? Maybe that's what I just do to start with. Just full mage. Problem is, when I go full mage, I'm just very, very gankable. Especially into a Thor who can just wall me off.
Come, my doves. Get away. On my way.
Helm of Radiance is just kind of rough.
And I so will.
It's gonna lower my damage so much, and it might not even make a difference with the tankiness into Thor. I need to back. Badly.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Alone. Enemy missing middle. Be careful. Be careful. Enemy missing.
The rain shall wash them away!
Chronos Pendant as well, I suppose, if I want to go damage.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Yeah, there might be a broken tank build out there with the new items, we just don't know it yet. It's definitely a possibility.
Back off.
And I do think because of ranked, like, people will automatically have a damage is just better, because then I can carry type of mindset. Damn. I gotta hit my shit if I want to win this lane, because I have the damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And I can just outpoke now. The one thing Apollo Aspect does not have is a heal, even if it does have a shield.
Alone.
Be careful.
Back off.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Still slightly on the fence if I should go defense. Or not.
Come, my doves, leave me alone. Enemy missing left.
An enemy has
Oh,
been
it's probably
slain.
just gonna TP and hold over. Yeah.
Like Jaguar. Move.
Back off.
Expected as much.
Tank.
My ult even landed.
Ooh, that's just
My ancestor's name.
Okay, so they have a ward there. It's good to know. Fat camper in the way. Oops. This time,
enemy spotted. Ward here. Oh, ooh, that's just
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
once again, really got it back. Chronos Penny will help me so much.
Enemy missing middle.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy missing left. Get away.
Down. Gank enemy.
Middle lane. Gank.
Enemy missing left. Hello.
Could try poly game as well. Afro poly is kind of nice.
Has arrived.
It does work with our kit.
Come on, get away. Be careful. Enemy missing left.
This will totally make us win.
What I'm doing instead is probably just book. No actual defense, but book should help.
Wait.
No problem.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Gotta hear enemy missing left a lot this game. Gotta make sure that I call it because he can just ult so easily.
Hello.
Enemy spotted.
There he is. Still got an XP lead at least.
Careful right. Follow me. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Get away.
The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello.
You think that was my fault?
Not a bad start, if I do.
Your left tower is under attack.
Get away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Group up.
Back off.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello. Enemy spotted.
Bit unfortunate. I ended up essentially just dying to tower damage.
Tower is under attack.
Can't fucking see it though.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Save my TP, I guess. Don't want to stand around and wait for 10 seconds. It's been unfortunate. It was also big rotation on their end. Like I wouldn't have expected 4 people there essentially. And I lost blue. That sucks.
Stop.
Who did that? It wasn't Apollo. Maybe it was.
Spotted.
Probably was actually. He's been alive for a long time.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing.
See ya.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Shakalaka. Oh, my horrific. Get in the chaka. You get it?
That's so funny, man. Wilbur just went in there. All in. Now we give a penta to my fucking opponent.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shit, man. What an undeserved penta. We just walked in there.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
No problem.
I mainly said what I said for banter reasons. But if he's gonna take it serious, then it's no fun.
For your silence.
Good luck.
An attack
Don't
middle lane.
disappoint me. Ultimate is ready. Completing. Gank middle lane.
On my
Enemy
way.
missing left.
On my way. Strong rock.
I think it dies.
Follow me.
Oh my god, there's too many to kiss. Oh my god. There's too many fucking targets to kiss, I'm missing stuns, and then I'm hitting someone else, and it's just fucking awkward. That was really annoying. We definitely should have gotten another kill there. I just could not hit my stun. Because there was just allies in the way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get away!
Group up.
Come, my dog!
What the show?
Group up.
Your right tower
Enemy
is under
missing
attack.
left! Be careful! Hello!
It's just back.
Oh my gods. Love
Complete
it.
it. Attack the ghost. Group up. Ward the fire giant.
Back off!
Enemy spotted.
Get away!
Tank.
Enemy missing left!
On my way.
Back off!
Sorry.
Didn't, well, it wasn't linked to anyone there. That was a bit unfortunate.
Come, my dog! Hello!
Almost unfazed. Out of phase.
Get out! Back off! Come, my dog!
Has arrived.
Get away!
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It's partly because I kind of started out the fight with yoinking Medusa real fast.
Come, my dog! Hello!
Retreat right leg.
Your team has destroyed the Pyramid.
Take this jungle buff.
I definitely don't want it. I'm gonna be too focused on all those shit to plant that bomb.
Hello!
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Get away!
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Back off!
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Bit unfortunate. My cooldowns just weren't really there in time.
Maybe you could just die.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Attack middle tower.
Ultimate is down.
Ultimate is down.
Rain shall wash them away.
Need healing. Come, my sons.
Chase the enemy. I'm on it.
Almost unfair.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Get out of this.
Has arrived.
Enemy has been slain.
But honey, I'll be back.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Attack left tower.
Completed.
Ooh, that's just
Completed.
Attack the Gold Fury. Back off. Hello. Come, my sons. Get away.
Some of these are quiet guys as well. I'm just, as usual, very focused. And Afro is a god that really makes me focus because I'm not used to the whole being linked to someone thing, which is why it's just always kind of not been my type of god. Because I'm not really a support mindset kind of player. I definitely have savior mentality a lot of the time.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
enemy ultimate incoming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
On my way.
Damn, we just bursted him, he dies. Oops. Oops. Accidental auto.
Can't end just.
Beats. That works out. Get the way, boys.
Completed.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
That's just
That's too bad.
Attack the fire giant.
It's fine. Jump fast.
Almost unfair.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
I'll attack middle lane.
I could just back for some stuff. Which would be nice, but... whatever, I suppose.
Your team has destroyed a little enemy base. Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
Erase, wash them away. Fabuloso.
Missed! No.
Party ends. But honey, I'll be back. Goodbye.
Victory.
I think I could have played this game better. I feel like a lot of my mistakes generally just kind of happen because I'm not used to playing Afro. But yeah, Sev also brings up a good point. I don't think I saw a single good Capri ult in this game, unfortunately. I can't even remember a single one being used, honestly. Did he even use it? I nearly really fucked that up. That explains why it felt so one-sided too, because Capri probably didn't do anything then. I mean, that's kind of his best tool. What the fuck are there so many of these cards? I can't fucking stay on these tracks if there's so many of these fucking cards. Here we go. That's also enough Afro for now. Afro's a god I can play once and then I need a break. She's kind of fun as full mage for one game. But yeah, she still just is not really for me. I just don't know what to play. I've had enough of Apollo for now. I do want to play some other stuff. Actually, I did say I was going to play a tank. Maybe I'll play a tank next game then. I do want to see if I can try like an actual, like, legitimately tanky as build. And I'll probably just play fucking Mordred for that. I don't see why I would play anything else. It's kind of the only tank that I really enjoy. Hey Dutch, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Have you been going for long? It's pretty early. Or was it just a short stream? Since 11? Damn. Yeah, don't have enough brands to get around. I'm sorry, Sav. I didn't even know I was against you guys. But don't worry, I can only take one game of Afro and then I need a break. That shit is somewhere in between boring and fun for me. For one game. What do you mean, filthy cuckoo player? You think cuckoo is broken, huh? So if I spam one god, it's gonna be filthy? Is that what you're saying? Nasty. I play other things than Kukulkan and Ra. I also play Apollo. Take that. No, I'm actually kind of on a break from Apollo, because I've been playing only Apollo for the past two fucking... No, not two. What is it, like since Friday, basically? I've had a few off games here and there, but... I'm pretty sure most of my history is gonna be Apollo. I had a streak of playing mid, because I was in Nika's queue, but like, it's just a lot of Apollo. The only games I didn't get Apollo in the majority of these was because I wasn't able to. Disgusting god pool. What do you mean? Apollo's my favorite. I have to play him. While he's fun. Before they nerf him to the ground and you never see him again. It's been fun, but I do need a little break from him now. So I went Afro instead. What a great fucking idea. Like, at first, like, my first impression wasn't that it was gonna be broken, honestly. I just thought it felt good to play, but it didn't feel that powerful. And I still feel like it's, like... Is it broken? I don't know. I'm still... Oops, I got tapped out again. I'm still kind of torn in between people not knowing how to deal with it yet, and it actually being broken. Because I feel like you have more counterplay on so many other things. Like, Apollo actually has... Like, you can definitely deal with him. I think it's strong. But do I think it's broken? I don't know. Like, I've kind of mixed my thoughts, because in the beginning I didn't think it was broken. But a lot of people seem to think it is. I just feel like if you have competent players for the most part, you can definitely deal with it. Like, he still suffers from the usual problem in Smite where everything else just does so much damage and you can just get one shot, almost. Like, if you see him, he's gonna die in seconds, you know? Just like any other tank. Speaking of tanks, I'm gonna play tank this game. I wanna try some builds. Let's do Modred. Dude, who are we against? There's no enemies. Well, yeah, what else tank am I gonna play, huh? There are no tanks that are good. Outside of the really, really weird ones, like Apollo. And I already said I'm gonna take a break from Apollo. Who else, Dutch? Who am I supposed to play, huh? What, you expecting fucking Cabrakan? What? Oh, I hate that shit. What do you want from me? Kokulkan? On her? Why on her? He's not a tank. I want to be tanky. Honor's a terrible tank. Have you seen his base protections? That's nasty. That's all that matters. Honor is definitely a fun tank. I agree. He just sucks in solo, otherwise I would play it more. But his wave clear is so terrible. I hate it. In ADC I can manage it. I cannot do that in solo. You actually need good clear in solo. Otherwise I find it so unfun with all the jungle camps and nonsense you have to deal with. I think it's one of the reasons why the Apollo aspect feels so good to me, is that you kind of always have your one available, even if it's somewhat low damage. It just feels nice that you have some kind of wave clear and jungle clear. I would gladly play Apollo solo if it was actually good. Or just playable. But it's borderline unplayable, I think. With the current builds. Like ADC tanks, like I used to do with Zeus, like that kind of stuff just doesn't work anymore, because they nerfed the two items that was kind of the whole core of that, which was Berserkers and Kins. Brachy still exists, but Brachy by itself doesn't really do much. So I can't do that build anymore. Otherwise, I probably would have done that a few times. And I really wanted to do that with Apollo. But turns out the aspect is good, so no problem there. Right. Probably gonna go Shell, Amma. Nem! You pick Nem when I go tank! Damn. I can't believe Gabo listened to my stream with his 2 ears. Fuck. I'm joking. You're the rest of the week free. Nice, man. Enjoy it. Hope you have a nice week then. I mean, I'm thinking Aegis, again, because of Nemesis. And Vulcan, Amma, legitimately thinking Aegis.
Be careful, middle.
I like having Aegis. What can I say?
Come, let me have a look at you.
A tonic or a trinket.
I also, dude, oh my god, we also have... we also have full physical.
Oh, joy.
Curses!
Minions have spawned.
Dodge, how could you do this? You know how easy it's gonna be for Sobek and Amma this game? Yeah, I'm expecting, what is that fucking item called? Totem of Death. I never hit level 2. It's always a tragic tale.
You're welcome.
Magic barrier.
Take this jungle down. Thank you. Enemies in the right jungle.
Protect me.
Ow. Actually, I denied myself. How did I deny myself 2 creeps? Some horseshit. I'm pretty sure I didn't win this trade because of that.
My soirees are the most vivacious.
That's some horseshit.
I'm a muscle fan.
Unfortunate, really.
No.
I'll take my active for that. No, I didn't exactly make it. I am sad. No blue buff for both of us, I suppose. We both didn't go for it.
Enemy missing left.
Yeah, we both missed it like idiots. Fake soul laners. Of course he is, man. Where's my jungler? Fuck. Why does this always happen when I'm against Nika? He always gets an early gank. This sucks. Oh, my lane might be cooked now. Especially if I lose blue as well. There is a chance. God exists. I have blue buff. Absolutely disgusting junglers. He's gonna come in for this.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just ult. I wasn't gonna dive that either way. There's no idea in the way doing enough damage. How am I missing this every time?
Enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, right. Be careful, right. Cancel that.
Enemies in right lane. Enemy missing right.
I gotta stop jumping as much. I keep dashing on, like, not on purpose because I'm just so used to just jumping around. It's kind of just a bad habit, to be honest.
Protect me.
Your middle tower under attack.
Fiddlesticks.
Fiddlesticks. It's especially bad when you're around teleporters. That shit's not good. That's just the worst. It has absolutely also got me killed. More on Mordred though. I always jump on Mordred near teleporters, and that is such a bad fucking idea. Now, do I still just go... I guess I still go Shield of the Phoenix? I just don't like this item very much anymore, because 15 protections is so bad. The base stats on it are just not really that good. And it really bothers me. They have 2 shells, so I'll probably have to go Erosion as well. How did that hit? Run!
Enemies in left lane.
No, man! How many do you need? Oh, team! We got gold, it's fine, but... God damn it! What is this babysitting? I don't get it! Why is this so big there? Why does this happen every time I'm against Nika? I don't understand! He always gets so many gags! He might feel the same when we're against each other though. Sometimes he definitely gets camped by my allies as well, but... Maybe it's just every time I play Mordred. Maybe Mordred is the problem. I don't know how my ult got caught though. Definitely felt like I was not aiming towards them at all. But must have caught a corner of Sobek's gigantic fat ass. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Oh well.
It should be good. They wouldn't gank me. Not without armor at least being in the lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful. I'm returning to base. The pyromancer has arrived.
I'll take a quick assist. Probably only got like 5 gold for it, but it looks better on the score, you know. That's what really matters. Why do I feel like there's an item I'm forgetting? I think it's because I always went Pridwin. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that this game. I might need to just for the cooldown. Because Mordred without any cooldown feels like absolute ass. I'm not like Armor, I do rely on my abilities. Spin a little flip on it. Oh, hello, Helena. Let's go turn gold on.
Set up an ambush here. careful, middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!
Okay, man, that doesn't kill. That's actually just some kind of joke. And I hit all three of them too. Dude, that's so nasty how he didn't die to my ult there. That actually changes the whole fight. You're right, Nemean. That's exactly what I'm forgetting. I don't know why I forgot about it. I should have gone Nemean here instead of Shield the Phoenix, because I think this item sucks. The stacking metal Sonas and Mordreds. Prophetic, I don't like Prophetic in general. If you mean this one. I don't like it. I think this item sucks. I can see why people like it though. I'm just not a fan of it.
Your left tower.
I'll do Nemean straight after Onis here. And after Onis I'll do Dwarven. That's the item I really am here to try as a tank. Ah, shit, I might need anti-healing too. No, I just threw my build out the window by going for Phoenix Shield. This item isn't worth it at the moment, I think.
Enemies in the right jungle. There's where we try.
Be careful, right? Do not fret.
Like, even Spectral would have been good for me. Like, they have Rama, Nim, and they will both be going crit.
I'm focused now.
I'm focused now.
Yes.
Protect me.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
Go.
Rain shall wash them away.
I'm on it.
Protect me.
Your team has
Even as
destroyed
armor, I
the
might
middle
want a
of your
Roshan.
tower.
There's actually too many items for me to want to build as a frontline. And Shield of the Phoenix definitely is not one of them.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
On my way!
Enemy spotted. Attack. Gang.
Enemy spotted!
Straight up fucking saved.
You cannot escape me. I'll use your power again.
Ally has been slain.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Okay. Protect me.
Got one, so that's something, but dude, how did we lose this fight? Oh well, never mind. Everyone has physical defense though, right? No, not really. Everyone is full damage. Why are we losing this fight so bad? Nemean. Definitely Nemean. And they got fire, that's great. We already lost, man.
It's been a lovely party.
They do just have a better comp than we do, though. Because we don't have a mage. We don't have the most broken damage dealer in the game right now. The only way we might win is if we get full-on crit on both these dudes. Which is essentially just Deathbringer, right? And we use lenient bow, you know? If we can one-shot stuff, sure. But in terms of AoE damage, we're just dog shit. It's too late if we don't impale on... Maybe we can kill if we impale instantly, but...
Your left tower is under attack.
Doesn't really matter.
Attack right tower. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Good day.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Enemies have returned to base.
Enemies at the fire giant. Enemies in the middle lane.
On my way.
On my way.
This could be a decent gank in mid. Well, they're too far up.
Save yourself.
Only Artemis might die here. Or Capri. Alright. At least I got dagger off them.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted. Be careful.
I'll just take this. It should be better on me on most others, I think. I can spread it a lot easier. It's either me or Artemis. Ain't no way we're giving it to an on her.
Attack the gold fury.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat.
My opulence.
I'll be right back. Your middle tower is under attack.
Come.
Hello there.
Be right back.
Really gotta get some wards as well.
Your right And the right jungle. Your right tower is destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate incoming! Gank!
Rage, wash them away!
The Pyroman.
Enemy has been slain! Slain an enemy!
Went all in for it. It was all or nothing.
They will not get away. Not again.
Ally has been slain!
3 for 3.
Fiddlesticks!
Your team has destroyed the Pyroman.
Rama even did the right thing there. He basically stopped attacking me the second he realized that maybe he autoed me like once or twice, I think. But he realized I need him, so he just dashed away. But
Fire giant!
Enemy missing.
In the right way! Completed!
Ward here.
Gank! On my way.
he stuck around. Wild. Fucking hell, man. I did not realize that he stuck around. That's so annoying. That's why I went for Rama.
Defend the fire giant!
Completed.
That was overall a good
Enemy
fight.
team has destroyed the Fire Giant.
But I mean, it's just unfortunate that we didn't get. Do we not have pen? Not really. They don't have pen yet.
Attack
Because Amma definitely should have died. There is zero reason why she shouldn't have, and it sucks that we don't also have team beats. If we team beats that, she also dies. There's so many things that could have gone right for us in that fight. Ah, these stay alive. I mean, it's art, but it's also just... When we don't have a mage, they're extra tanky. For some reason, Sobek has this though, but like, Amma has no reason to really go for double defense. Like, it seems like he doesn't really care in this one. But, whatever. Also, like, this is what I mean. I shouldn't be top damage. I absolutely should not be top damage, because all I'm really doing is just running around trying to zone. Bro, give me 20! Fucking triple splitting here made sure that I definitely don't get 20. I just need 20 so I can get my starter. Mystical May also makes a difference, but once ADC start critting for like 500, that's when I shouldn't be top damage anymore. Holy shit, everything is fucking taken. Finally. Like, that was a lot of slap fighting in solo in this game, so I do understand why I'm high on damage, but with 2 ADCs and the amount of damage we've, like, team fighting we've done so far, I don't think I should still be.
Enemy spotted.
That really is still happening.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your Titan is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I don't know why we went wrong here. Like, how we just... whatever. It doesn't matter.
Defeat.
Mages are absolutely a must. I don't know why we locked in on her from it in this game, knowing that we didn't have a mage. This is exactly what I mean. I mean, whatever. Doesn't matter. Obviously, I can also take full credit. I have Nemean. Some of the damage being done definitely is not not me, you know. But still. I will say though, I feel like this was still a decent test in just building full tank and seeing how it went. Because I even think this isn't the optimal build too. Because I shouldn't have gone Shield of the Phoenix. Something else in this spot, and I actually think this feels kind of good. Dutch thinks meta is so bad that ADC is better on mid. Damn. Well, I can tell Dutch that that's definitely not the case. The thing is, in AD, like as an ADC, it's always felt better in lane. So for that, he's probably right. But mages are just better. Like mages late game are fucking broken. Especially now. Same thing goes for ADCs though, it's just, if you don't have mage damage at all, you're gonna feel really bad. And I don't count Bari when I say ADCs. She's a fucking mage. In a way, it's less about it being an ADC and more about it being single target. I think the main problem is that if you don't have big AoE damage, you're just gonna struggle for the most part in team fighting. You're just at a massive disadvantage.
Select your god.
Yeah, Agni is broken. It's a good ban. I don't know what to play though. I might do Mordred again. Yeah, I want to do the same thing again. I want to try this in a case where I maybe don't get like early killed. Jugador wannabe. What do you mean? What do you mean? I was one of the first Radiant Mordreds. He was probably first though, but I like him too. The thing is, there is too much shit to ban though. That's the problem. There's a lot of OP stuff. But there's just not enough bans for that. Like Kali, like look at what even went through, but no one gives a shit because people are just tired of them. Aladdin is open, right? But people are tired of him, so they don't just insta-lock it. Sometimes they do. Sometimes we just are tired of it. What is this aspect? You mean Apollo or Agni? Oh, Mordred? Mordred is just... like, it's the only way to play him. Like, it does a lot of different stuff. You should never play non-aspect Mordred. It's just a lesser version. Why is Dutch changing his mind because the enemy locked on her? It's not gonna be in mid on her, though. He'll be fine. What he should be worried about is the Fenrir. That's the real potential issue. Oh, shit. Vegana Destroyer himself? Damn. He's back. Because Apollo is back. Aspect just feels so shit out of lane. I think that's the case for most just front lines. Mordred is still somehow one of the better front lines at just running people down. I wouldn't call it bad, but it's just because tanks don't feel great. Well, this is a shell game because I don't want to get walled in. Who is solo? It is in fact the Apollo solo. Huh. Let's see. I'll do Baron Potion for once. I'm probably gonna regret it because I hate it. Is there something I can buy though for 200? Probably not, right? Yeah. Feel blessed my Q didn't pop. Yeah, I mean, he didn't actually go aspect. No aspect Apollo, meaning he's just gonna split push the whole game, going full crit or some shit. I guess it's good that I'm Mordred. And I'll just sit on his ass. In this game. Why the fuck am I in lane? What am I doing? I have a build in mind, and it probably isn't Mystical Mill related. What if I just do Nemean straight into Spectral? Maybe that's the play? Because that's going to be 2 crit ADCs on that team. So I need Spectral and Nemean in this game. 1000%. Yeah, let's try that. What the fuck is this?
Retreats.
Okay.
I'm on my way.
I have.
Okay.
Yeah, Vagana is back, being absolute, and Gabo went fucking Sunder, man. He's the one that did this. I think I'm fine. Let's just do this and see if I can hit level 2. I think my start was alright in terms of building with the Baron Potion, but because of that start, now that I don't have anything left, it's real bad. Somehow I have an XP lead though. That's just until he gets blue. Alright, well here comes my earliest back ever in the history of my laning phase in Smite 2. Many potions. On the bright side of things, I am happy I'm not against the fucking Aspect Apollo. Because I think Mordred into Aspect Apollo is not going to be a fun matchup.
Ladies, feast your eyes on.
Yeah. So hitting most of his autos. Took a stupid risk by staying.
Gank.
Our hat though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ultimate is down. That's too bad.
It's a weird frame drops. I'm not sure what causes it.
Well done.
That's kind of strange. Might be Apollo related. I think it happened last time when he dashed as well into me.
Quiet. Thanks.
Yeah, I didn't go Aspect, but it's Vegana Destroyer. This guy's kind of known for just split pushing and playing. Like, he's not gonna go Aspect because it's worse at split pushing. That's all he's gonna do this game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He was kind of notoriously known for doing that in Smite 1.
Enemy spotted. Marvelous.
In a very boring way. He's one of the most boring players to play against. For that reason.
Your right tower is under attack.
There's no disrespect to him specifically, but that is an incredibly boring way to play.
Careful right. Enemies in right lane. Okay.
I don't want to back yet. I thought I could finish it. I cannot.
Enemy spotted.
No Mystical Mail early does mean that. Okay. What? Why is she here?
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
Okay.
That's fine. Holy, I'll get killed either way. The fact that he gets out is kind of stupid, though. We probably do need erosion in this game. I'm saying probably. We definitely need erosion in this game. Because if I don't, that's gonna keep happening.
Have fun, but do keep it tidy, will you?
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll go erosion third.
Ultimate is down.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Enemy has been slain.
See when his blue spawns. Hopefully soon, so I can get it before he.
Oh, he's the wrong team.
There it is.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's probably gonna ult too with the blue here. See if I can get it before he does.
Ultimate is ready. Middle lane. Have fun, but do keep it tidy. Okay.
The rain will wash them away. Vista, amigo.
Attack left lane.
I got Nemi enough before Fenrir bit me, so hit me all you want, buddy.
Your right tower is under attack. Destroy the left enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enjoy yourself.
Enemy has been slain.
Just waiting for cooldowns, then I'm super down to fight again.
Completed.
I don't know how much Vegana Destroyer has played in the game so far, but let's see.
Excellent.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
It's kind of a long spawn here. Don't think I can allow myself to wait for it in case Fenrir shows up without my rank 2 ult. I'm dead.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Be right back.
Maybe I can steal it though.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Classic South. If he's not on my blue, he's gonna help on the enemy blue. Oh, actually still up.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemies in right lane, careful. Enemies in right lane, in right lane.
On my way. Centuries of waiting, I will not be denied.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's unfortunate.
Need healing.
Completed.
They hit like a baby. Your left tower is under attack. Allies slain. Very good.
Enemies behind us.
Oh well. Cut. On my way. Oh well.
Retreat.
Die.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate.
I'm the person you're messaging on Discord. You might not have the right guy. I don't usually message people on Discord.
Defend.
Especially when I'm currently streaming.
No problem.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Retreat. Your left tower is under attack. There's not right. Your left tower is under attack.
Would love to chase that, but they're just all around.
Careful middle. Be careful left.
fuck it. I got it back. I want to stick around, maybe go see if I can gank right, but probably best I don't.
I'll attack right lane. Your right tower is under attack.
Don't know where Apollo is. Might just be AFK, but he's still level 10, so. There he is.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Enemy missing middle. Farewell. The night awaits.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I suppose I'll just push. Just hope that dodge is fine. I do absolutely zero fucking damage to this shit.
My opulence.
Enemies in left lane. Superb effort.
It's alright. If I can use it as bait, that's what we'll do.
Gank left lane.
Enemy missing middle.
The party's this way.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Sorry.
A monument, my opulence.
Save yourself.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Might have enough regen, but they're definitely gonna go fire.
That's too bad.
Enemies at
Defend
the
the
fire
fire
giant.
giant. The fire giant.
Defend.
Be sure to grab some brew.
Retreat right lane. Help left lane.
Torment to your soul.
On my way.
Enemies at the fire giant. Cancel that.
A monument, my opulence.
And you.
On my way.
Die.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack fire.
You got thunderstruck.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready. Set up an ambush here.
Enemy ultimate down.
Vulcan hold us down for a little bit, we gotta be fast.
enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Marvelous.
I am amazed.
Right. Then this. If you lose this, we could. I mean, we're not against bad players. It's just specifically Apollo here is slightly confused. But the rest of them are good. It's low enough HP. I'll just join this, I guess. If only I had Mystical Mail. No, I didn't say he was a good player. I said he was known for split pushing a lot on Apollo. And I mean, it's not like he was bad. Like, he was good in Smite 1. But I don't think he's played much Smite 2. So he is more than likely a little unpracticed.
Attack right lane.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy
Chase the enemy.
He's just known for split pushing. Like, he's already doing it now. He's in left at the moment.
enemies in left lane. Attack right lane. You free your soul.
Good hammer.
Your left tower is under attack.
Effort.
Attack right lane. I'll defend.
On my way.
Your left tower has been destroyed. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Oh well.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Your team has destroyed the right enemy.
Wait, what? Fuck? I tried to go the other way.
Get up, loser. We're gonna own some new.
I'm so confused. He kind of outplayed me there. I'm just gonna keep chasing though.
Retreat!
I'm not gonna keep chasing. Well, kind of wasted dagger on me here.
Gank.
I'll bid you goodbye.
Farewell. The night awaits.
We got the Phoenix overall, so still fine, but in general, not the best idea for me.
Enemy ultimate down. Completed.
Can you guys chase him?
Enemy missing.
Attack fire!
Enemy spotted. You
Enjoy yourself. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Beats.
I'm on my way.
enemy spotted.
I'm on my way.
Completed.
Two speeds at least. Man. Been chasing Apollo from so long now, I really need to get 20.
Help! Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready.
Blue stone is all my damage. I need it.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Gank left lane.
It's the way he plays that's just kind of annoying to deal with, because he split pushes like permanently. As you can see, he's not even looking to fight at this point in time. Can he? I mean, probably not, right? I'm full tank, he's level 16, so on and so forth.
Be careful middle.
Attack the fire giant.
Just chasing him.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Attack fire.
Ultimate is damage.
Set up an ambush here.
On my way. On my way.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Definitely isn't like I chased Apollo too much in the fight before, but right there we just got a free ult. I'm not sure what happened, but people just got caught. That's definitely not on me. I was there somewhat soon after, all things considered, because of the TPs.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemies in right lane. Retreat.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
How can I tell which one it is at the
Your
moment?
right tower is
Increased
under
protections.
attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Do which one is what? Which one is physical? Which one is magical? I can swap between which one scales more, but I don't know which one is which.
Ally has been slain.
Okay.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
This is real bad now. Can't kill one Fenrir. That sucks.
No more.
We're just delaying them.
Enemy has been slain.
Titan's under attack.
Wash them away. Ally has been slain.
Your Titan's under attack.
Oh, dude, man. It's so hard for people to position, and I don't understand it. I guess Sav is just so much better at positioning. I don't know, man. There's no way we should have lost this game. That's so bad.
Defeat.
Fucking quip. Yeah, that's actually another thing. How did Fenrir survive? And he still kills people. I don't understand, man. People that say Fenrir isn't broken, you're wrong. Fenrir is still broken. He's always broken. I hate Fenrir. If I could, I probably would ban Fenrir every game. Damn, accuracy throwing some shade. I think it was more of a team play difference than it was a specific person on us in this one. Well, I will say the fact that Artemis got caught at fire that one time when I was chasing Apollo was a bad time. That's kind of what lost us the game in that moment. Or I suppose that's where we lost our lead. Alright, I'll do one more game, then I gotta go. It's also getting real hot in my room. No more tanks for now, though. I definitely see the potential in it. I don't think it's bad, but it's just automatically just not as fun. I think in games like that, it feels a bit worse, because, yeah. We didn't group, and my whole point in being a frontline, I guess this is more like a solo hybrid type god. I need to sit on their backline as we initiate or they initiate, but that just wasn't the thing, because since we were always one man down. I don't know what happened and how Dutch got soloed by the Apollo there, but either way, it was just not good that we kept being a man down in these fights. I'll take some blame, though. I did chase Apollo a bit too much when we got Phoenix. I could have just gone to the Phoenix and maybe we could have ended or some shit like that right there. But I didn't think they needed me. And I wanted to make sure they didn't get a Phoenix. Because if I didn't back, they would have gotten a Phoenix. I mean, it was a full late game. I don't think that matters what the score is. It's a full build Apollo versus a full build Mage. I'm pretty sure anyone can really lose that trade. Like, let's not act like other people in that game didn't make mistakes, right? Like, you didn't play perfectly either, accuracy. I don't think Dutch played perfectly. I didn't play perfectly. Like, let's just leave it at that. People make mistakes. It doesn't matter. It's a game. Played as good as possible. I mean, I disagree. There was some questionable plays when you came and ganked solo once. But my point being, it doesn't matter. Like, sometimes people have bad games, sometimes you have a bad game, sometimes I have a bad game. Like, it goes all around. It doesn't really matter. I think calling people bad because they have one bad game definitely is a bit judgmental. The thing is, if I had been with you, it doesn't change the fact that people got caught. If I was nearby, Artemis probably still would have died, you know? That wouldn't have changed if I was there. And I got a free Apollo ult. I was gonna be there pretty soon after because of the teleporters. I don't think that was a bad trade for us. People should have just stayed back. Like it's pretty much common sense that Apollo is gonna be able to rotate faster because of the ultimate. Did I need to go after him? No, but I mean, you guys also didn't need to be so far up, so it goes both ways. Oh shit, I got tapped out again. Alright, what the fuck am I playing this game though? No more tanks. I've done enough tanking for now. I'll do a end on Kukulkan game. Just keep it fun towards the end. I feel like I've tried hard enough today. I even played an Afro game. Yeah, Sav, I gotta pull out the cuckoo now. Guys, I don't really care if you want to argue, but do it in, like, private chat or something. Don't keep it in the public chat. Yeah, my own boar god. I'm so done with the boar, Sav. This shit fucking item is starting to really piss me off. Damn, I really fucked that one up. Good thing you guys didn't see that, huh? Nate's just singing, I see. That's fair. You can sing. Like, ultimately, that's just my general take on it. Ultimately, it's just a game. Like, don't blame people too hard. It's whatever, man. Aren't we all here to just enjoy a game? I mean, yeah, sometimes you'll like end up being against people that might be annoying, but like, if you're the initiator of the annoyingness, what's the point, man? Do we really need to remove parts of ourselves as human beings? Just be nice. Doesn't hurt. Well, you don't actually have to be nice, you just don't have to be mean. I wouldn't recall myself that nice. I just try not to be mean. Because what the fuck is the point? You're just lowering yourself. You're wasting everyone else's time on your own. Most of all, your own. I mean, this looks kind of cooked for me, doesn't it? I feel like I want Aegis this game, but if I don't go Aegis, there's a chance that Thor just like rocks my ass, right? Not to mention the Neath one-shots. Yeah, shit, I'm doing it. We're taking the risk. And for beats purposes, maybe I can use the boar a bit later. Sorry about that frame drop. I think that happened when I fucking tapped out for some reason. Usually doesn't do that.
Minions have spawned.
What am I hearing? Is that Smite? I think it's haste. Yeah, never mind, it's haste, I hear in the back. I need to stop freezing though. Oh my god. What is haste doing? I'm gonna close this shit. Go away, haste, if you're gonna make me fucking lag. It's never done that before.
Enemy missing middle.
Be careful.
Attack! Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so much stuff, Nate, to balance. Like, people will complain about Mulan for ages, the new starter, like, there's a lot of shit, alright? I kind of get why some things are still left untouched, but at the same time, I also kind of frustrated that a lot of the stuff that has been shit since it came out just hasn't been touched at all. Cypher Scylla solo? I don't think I'll be playing much Scylla solo. I like Scylla, but she's never one that I really resonated with all that much. If I get mid though, I will probably play some Scylla for sure. I don't know, maybe I'll try it, we'll see. If she has a fun aspect for solo, maybe I'll do that, but... Ow. I thought he went into the jungle. I didn't realize he was right in front of me. So I looked away, then looked at chat, and then suddenly there was a Neath in front of me. One of the reasons why I usually don't look at chat all that much when I play the game.
Gank right ultimate is ready. Attack!
Oh, yeah, they know proxy, yeah, it's... But I guess that's been something for a while, so...
I'm irreplaceable.
Forget it.
Nice job.
Be right back.
Bye.
I just kind of have Elden Ring on my mind again. There's a Night Rain coming out. It's gonna be good to get like a small... It's not like I'm just gonna stop playing Smite, but I'll definitely, you know, not play on the day of the release of that game. And I mean, on top of that, we'll see what happens the day after. Depends on how fun I really have with it. I'm just looking forward to playing a different game that I'm really excited for. And I think it fits me well, because like I'm kind of past my initial release like of Apollo, like the honeymoon period. Like I'm alright not playing him for now, but I really want that out of my system. And now that it's out of my system, I am just excited for something else. Like Elden Ring is the only other game really that well, not only actually, I play Wukong too, but
Attack the gold. Follow me. Follow me. Attack the gold. The rain shall wash them away.
it's one of the few games I streamed. It's probably I think it was the first like non-Smite game I streamed since I came back to stream.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Savor Gank middle lane.
Enemy missing middle.
Down.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Smite dies, I'll just go back to playing, like, just only single-player games. That's what I was doing before anyway. Don't really play that many online games anymore. I'm getting too old. I want to just sit by myself. In the darkness. Not worry about anything but myself. Do I just go poor now? Like, I'm gonna do it anyway, eventually. Might as well just do it now. Screw it. Because if Thor shows up, I'm likely dead without it.
On my way. I'll attack.
Attack.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank middle lane. On my way. Attack.
Ultimate is down.
Such a tease.
Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Right back. Goodbye.
Got a shell at least.
Enemy missing.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Ward the fire giant. Gold Fury.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
On my way.
Gold Fury.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Damn. A lonely Bracken got that.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack.
Oh, easy wrong team.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Such a tease.
Enemy missing.
Oh.
Enemies in right lane.
Okay, how many people do we need here? I'm just a snake. Damn, that kind of sucks though. I can't believe Merlin got outplayed like that.
Middle enemy tower.
I thought we had him for free too. Whatever. Oh well.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Damn, that is so much damage.
Completed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
An enemy has been slain.
I did kind of fuck up. I thought we had him like 100% with the HP that he had, so I kind of wasted my ult just to see if I could get a sneaky one. But and I didn't bore because I was planning to do that once he backflipped. I'm just an idiot and didn't think he was gonna backflip over the wall. Backflip. There we go. Hey Cherry, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Screw it. It's just back.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I'm surprised Thor hasn't ganked me a single time.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Gank.
The rain shall wash them away.
Fury.
Direct hit.
Defend! Defend!
Yes.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
My condolences.
Next time, it will go better.
Shells! Everything! Oh my god! Shields, man. Shields. So many shields.
Completed. Forget it.
I mean, if you have this on Apollo, the Apollo aspect, that's disgusting. 8% of your max HP can end up being a shit ton. Though I suppose tanks can easily get a lot of HP if they're running stuff like Thieves.
The Pyroman has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Attack Fire Giant. Group up. On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Yes. Be careful. Be careful. Attack. Gank. Wash them away. Forget it. Your team destroyed the fire giant. Your middle tower is under attack.
Shower you all.
Be careful.
Keep them guessing.
Attack. Right enemy Phoenix. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, just April running the game, as he often does.
Victory.
Alright, a bit of a short one here, but that's gonna be it for me. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable because it's kind of getting kind of hot. And I think 4 hours of Smite is enough for now for me. It's more than enough. But thank you guys for stopping by as usual. I really fucking appreciate it. Let me real fast check how much progress I made today. I think I won more than I lost, right? Maybe? Yes, I did. Four wins, 2 losses. So yeah, about 100 progress. Doesn't really matter, it's just personal stuff, I guess. Small personal goals.